Good morning, guys. It's Navin John on the call. Can you guys hear me? Could you please type in the chat window? All right. Great. Thank you, guys. Just give me one moment. I'll be with you. Bringing up my screen. Let's see where we are. This one. Okay. So yesterday we were talking a little bit about Scala and we got started with Scala, guys. Let's continue our journey with Scala and see back here. Sharing the screen. And let's see, this up. This up. Lazy evaluation. Okay, I think share another one. Okay, here we go. Okay, guys, I want one of you guys to go ahead and log in into our labs, and while we are covering some theory, we'll try to go ahead and execute a few more commands in Scala and try to get familiar with the Scala language. I think yesterday we got started with Scala. So Scala stands for Scalable Language. And here is Martin Odersky. He's the godfather of the Scala, the guy who created Scala and things like that, right, guys? Okay. And here is James Gosling. If I would pick a language to use today other than Java, it would be Scala. This is the godfather of Java. We don't have to take it too literally. So, Scala and Python are almost together, or in other words, there are a lot of similarities. Since we already have a touch of Python, we should be able to find Scala much more simple and easy, guys. Okay, there are a bunch of similarities between them. And again, it runs on Java virtual machine. So Scala, another name for Scala is better Java. It is nothing but a short form of Java, shortcut of Java. And some people say it is nothing but a better Java, guys. Okay, we'll try to understand why. Then we looked at a little bit of theory. A few important concepts is val and var. Do any of you remember what is the difference between val and var, guys? Any of you recall what is the difference between val and var? Val is immutable, as simple as that. You cannot change it. You cannot modify it. You cannot reassign it. If you want to modify and reassign, use a var instead of a val. Okay. So again, basic types, the data types are similar to Python. We have all the types, the integer, the string, the float, the double, the dictionaries, and other complex data structures we're here to discover, we're here to discuss, guys. Okay. We have looked at a function definition. It is almost similar to that of Python, but with a subtle difference. Can any one of you tell me what is the subtle difference between in defining a function in Python versus Scala, guys? The hint is on the screen. Very good. Short and sweet, it is data types. Data types for what, Niharika? Python is dynamic. Okay, acceptable. Anything else you can think of? Major difference between Python? Requires input. So in other words, input is arguments. The arguments we need to give the data types and what, guys? There is another small or subtle thing, which is the difference between Python and Scala. It is case sensitive. Okay, good answer. Notice here, this is output data type. In Python, we don't need to specify the output data type. We don't need to specify the input data type, short and sweet. We can go ahead and give either of them. In other words, we don't need the data types for either input or the output. As simple as that. Catching it, guys. Everybody with me. Quick yes, please. Okay. And if you recall, what is the last line in Scala, guys? It's a return. So we don't explicitly say return. Scala is by default implicitly returning it. We don't have to be explicit. Another subtle difference between them. Then what do you think is type inference, guys? The hint is on the screen. Type inference. Data type is not mentioned. And if we were to add 1 and 2, m will be 3. It is 3 and is also going to be treated as an integer. In other words, Scala, just like Python, if we don't give the data type, it is implicitly assigning the data type to that object m. Okay, guys, that is the subtle difference. And let's see. Okay, let's try to understand what we have here. And stop the share. Bring up another one. Okay, so snap it. Put this here. Oops, not this one. Snap it. Put here. Sharing the screen. Share it. Okay, let's see what we have. So, well, I equals to 3. So that is the immutable object. I is an immutable object, as it is referred as an expression-oriented programming language. Why we'll try to understand. Each line or each statement is referred as an expression. If I is greater than 0, yes, 3 is greater than 0, then what will happen, guys? 1. Minus 1 will be returned. And notice no return. We are not explicitly saying return. And otherwise, if this condition is not satisfied, then minus 2 is going to be returned. Okay, if of true. Remember, this is like always true. If you say if true, it is always true. So when we execute, we always get this form. So now notice print line P. When you say print line P, that is actually when this line is going to get executed. Until you say print line, it will not get executed. So, okay. So in other words, here, this will return an output of -1 and print Q will return an output of hello. So unlike C and Java, almost everything in Scala is an expression. That is something which returns a value. So in other words, it's returning hello here, it's returning -1 here. Rather than programming with statements, we program with expressions. So again, more of a kind of an academic thing to be kept in mind, that it is referred as an expression. And let's say come here. See if we can simplify. Okay, so define error message code. So again, there's your function. That is error code. That is the data type we're giving. Notice here, we have not specified the data type which we are expecting out of it. The data type of the output. We have given the data type of the input, which is error code, but we have not given the data type of the output. What's happening is when you say error message of 2, what's happening? The case is acting like if of 1 do this, if of 2. So what's happening is if of 2 will get matched here and permission denied is going to be returned. That is what will be returned. That is what will be printed. That will be a string object. Case automatically returns the value of the expression. So it is like you are saying a return here. Return permission denied, and that is what we would be getting here. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay. And let's say move a little ahead. Come here. A little bit more theory. I need one of you to be logging, guys. Just be ready. And lazy valuation. Do things as late as possible and never do them twice. In other words, that is more of an optimization. Lazy valuation is optimization. When we say create an object, it may not create the object. Behind the scenes, it is just waiting. Only when it thinks the object is going to be used, it will create it. If at a later point of time, even though we said create an object, if the object was never used, then what will happen? The object, we are saving the memory. In other words, that optimization part of it, again, Scala is automatically taking care. That is called lazy valuation. It will only create the objects. It uses its own logic in understanding if an object is really going to be created or not. So what is happening is internally, imagine you created a list object with 1 million or 10 million objects in it. You said Scala create 10 million objects. But what happened is we never really use that object. So if we did not use that object is going to sit in memory and unnecessarily it's going to lower the performance. So what does Scala do? Scala is going to wait. It's going to use its own logic to see if this object is going to be used. Only when somebody is going to use this object, at that time it will create a list object with 1 million or 10 million objects and it's going to use it. In such case, it is a proper use of it. We are not unnecessarily. In other words, Scala is not unnecessarily taking care of the taking the memory when it is not required or used. What is that? That's nothing but an optimization. That is what is lazy valuation. Lazy value provides a way to delay initialization. In other words, lazy evaluation is nothing but delayed initialization. It delays it of a value until the first time it is accessed. So if nobody is accessing it, then there is no first time, then that object is never getting created. What is that? That is memory optimization. When dealing with values whose computational cost is significant, which means in the world of big data, especially in the world of Spark and things like that, when we work with Scala or PySpark, the objects which are loaded into the RAM are really big and heavy. The data is very, very huge. The computation is also very intensive and things like that. So what will happen is, if they are never used, if these objects are never used, what is happening is we are not only saving memory, we're also saving the cost, the time, and the effort. Because the effort of loading these huge terabytes and terabytes of data into the RAM it puts a lot of load on the hardware. The more they use the hardware, the more we pay. So the cost, the time, and everything is getting saved. So that's why the cost is significantly impacted as a result of that. That's why they have they're optimizing the memory behind the scenes. The lazy evaluation may avoid the computation of the values which is not needed in the particular execution flow. If at all there is a situation where that object is never needed, then what is happening is it is never getting created by Scala. Scala does not use lazy by default. Okay. So lazy by default. So in other words, lazy is a keyword. We can explicitly tell Scala lazy and val. So what happens is when you say val a equals to 10, it will automatically create a equals to 10. But if you say lazy val a, then only in the next subsequent steps, if we are creating this object, if somebody is accessing this object only, it is going to get created. We'll look at an example of that in a little bit, but a little bit of theory here, guys. Okay, everybody okay with this slide, guys? Quick yes, please. We'll look at an example which will give you a bit more idea. Quick yes, please. Okay. So here is another example of lazy. So here is a function hello. Now what happens, guys? What we are doing is print line hello. So it prints hello, then it automatically returns 10. So if you say val a equals to hello, what we are telling is Scala, get ready to execute this code. Okay, what is scalar doing? It is not really executing it. It is just going to wait until we really use A. If somebody only uses A, that's when this is going to get triggered and this is going to get called. If this step is never coming up, if somebody is never using an A, then what is happening is we are, again, the simple example is we may be creating in the last step, not 10 objects, not just a 10, but a 10 million objects there. So what is happening is the memory is getting saved. The program prints hello once is expected, the value of the A. Okay, so here, now for this one, we are saying the program, the moment you say hello, it is going ahead and executing it. Here it is not doing a lazy load, okay? But let's say, come here. Here is lazy val A. Oops. Okay, lazy val A equals to hello. Now what happens is when we say lazy here, this is when it is not immediately triggering it. It will wait. The program does not print hello. The expression which assigns a value to a lazy. So lazy is acting like a keyword. Is executed only when the lazy val is used somewhere else in the code. Until somebody else is calling A, this code is never getting executed. It is going to just sit like an architectural plan. Somewhere the scalar is internally keeping it, and it is just keeping a reference to the code. If at all somebody accesses this code, we'll execute it, this object. If nobody is accessing this object, then we will not create the objects which have been created inside the function. We will not execute the code or the function. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay. Cool. So I come back here. That is lazy val. We'll try to look at this. So now here is another example. So this is where print line A plus A. We are actually calling the object, accessing the object, or using the object A. If this line was not there, if we did not call the line, this will not execute the code. In other words, more precisely, the code is getting executed only in this line. In this code, in this line, the code is not getting executed. This is just maintaining a reference. The moment you say lazy, that object is going to be lazy created. In other words, that is referred as a lazy evaluation. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. So let's see, scalar collections, array buffers, maps, tuples, and lists. So just like Python, we have maps are nothing but dictionaries, tuples, lists are lists, arrays and array buffers. Let's try to understand. So arrays are mutable lists of elements. Elements can be changed after creation. So in other words, arrays are mutable, just like the NumPy arrays. And again, we use an array as a keyword. And we can access the elements just like in NumPy arrays. It's following zero-based index. We can concatenate the arrays. There are several kinds of operation that we do in Python are also supported by scalar. But Python, oh, sorry, my bad. I think I'm showing a different screen. I shared a different screen. Sorry about that, guys. Here we go. So arrays are mutable and they can be changed. They're modifiable. We use array keyword to create an array. We'll see that. Common array objects. Array element access. We can access individual elements. It follows a zero-based index. We can merge the arrays, concat the arrays, do a head stack, V stack, and things like that. That kind of operations are also there in Scalar. But Python is a super collection of the functions and the methods, guys. Okay, a lot of my functions and methods which are available in Python may not be available in Scalar. We may have to write them ourselves. So array.arrange from creates an array after containing a range. So range, a range is what we have looked at from the starting index to the ending index. So 1 to 10 will create the numbers 1 to 9. Scalar does not directly support multi-dimensional arrays. So it doesn't seem to be having multi-dimensional arrays, which is And we'll try to understand what that means, guys. Okay. Everybody okay with the slide, please? Quick yes, please. Okay. So this is how we create arrays. We'll see this. They're fixed length arrays. Fixed length means when we create an array, we need to specify the size. In Python, we don't need to specify. Whereas in Scala, you need to, in Scala, Java, and .NET arrays, you need to give them the size. You need to tell them, I want a tray of 10 cups. And let's see, if you go back to Python, in tuples and lists, we didn't have to specify the size. Whereas arrays, I'm trying to recall. Do you recall, guys? Were we specifying the size? I don't think we were specifying the size, but I think we were giving the objects or the values directly. That is, I think, what is creating in Python. But we'll try to verify. Okay, the list equal to new array string of 10 again. So this is an array, a tray of 10 teacups, a tray of 10 coffee cups, string objects, text objects, an array of hello world. So this is how we create an object. ST is going to be an object. It is going to have 2 coffee cups, hello and world. As simple as that. Okay, so we can create an object using this syntax, or maybe using a new array that is more of a Java and a .NET syntax. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Cool. Okay. And let's make a little progress here. Okay. So next comes the array buffers. They are variable length arrays. They are like the list objects. Variable length. Here, when we create an array buffer, notice we don't need to specify the size. Syntax. Yeah. So that is again, we're importing that one just like we're importing from NumPy, we import arrays. So array buffer is part of the scalar.collections package. Scalar is acting like a package. That's a module, that's a submodule. And that is like a class inside it. Generally, if something starts with a capital, that's a class. So here we're creating an object. And we are telling this is like an array which can only accept teacups. And the difference is in an array, if it's pure array, we have to give the size. An array buffer is not expecting the size. And again, that is there's a slight advantage, but most of the times we use array buffers because many of the times we may not know in the tray that we are creating how many cups we are going to be putting, how many cups we are going to be having, and things like that. So that's where the array buffers come to a rescue. So notice here, A is an array buffer, which means a tray. We created a tray. Now you say A plus equals to 1 means, what's happening is A plus equals to 1 means visualize, we are adding a cup, putting a 1 inside it, as simple as that. Then you say A plus equal to 2, 3, 5. In the next step, what we are doing is, we're adding a 2, a 3, and a 5. Visualize in the second step, the 3 green cups. Then we are saying A plus plus equal to array 6, 7, 8 means this is a separate array. Let's choose this one. So it is initially going to create an array, 3 cups in it. This is 6, 7, and 8. Now it is going to take this tray, it is going to add it to this tray, which means for the sake of simplicity, visualize, it's going to add 6 here, it's going to add 7 here, it's going to add 8 here. So by the time we are done, we will have 1, we will have 2, 3, 5, 3 cups, and 3 cups here. That's totally 7 cups. Everybody catching it, guys? Quick yes, please. And the difference here is we did not have to specify the size at the time of creating an object. What is it? That is the difference between array and an array buffer. Okay. Next, let's see what we have. Common operations, say dot trim it. Okay, so these are array buffer back here. Snap it. Put this here. So back to our tray. We had 7 cups. 1, lookup, first step. 3 green cups came in the second step. And 6, 7, 8 have come in the third step. Let's say 6, 7, and an 8. Now A dot trim end means removing this one. You're taking this out. Oh, sorry, remove the last 2 elements. So we are taking this one and we're taking this one. Next, A dot insert 2. 2 means adds element at the second means it's adding a new cup. So choose this one. At the second index, so I think it is going to be putting it here. It's inserting here. Then A dot insert 2, 10, 2. 2, 10, 11, 12. So what that is doing is at the second index, which is again, let's say, which one we'll choose? We'll choose orange here. Visualize at the second index. So between the green and the black, we're inserting 10, 11, and 12. We'll try to execute these things in a moment and we'll try to also look at them, guys. Okay. So A dot remove 2 means at the second index, remove this one. Remove 2, 3 returns the 3 elements from the index 2. So in other words, these 3 are getting returned. So at the second index, 2, 3 between second and third, I think is what it is, guys. Pardon me. So we will try to look at that operation and we'll try to get a feel of it. Next, another one, a for each loop. A for loop or a for each loop, similar to one in the Java.NET. It's a for loop. In our Python world, we are calling it as a for each. Right, guys? In our Python, did we call for each or did we say for, guys? Anybody recall? Too many things going on in my mind. But anybody recall it's a for, not a for each? Acha, okay. Okay, for element A, now notice this one. That syntax is slightly catching, it's complex also. A dot insert 2, 9, what is 9 doing? 9 is the element which is getting index inserted at the second position. The first element, the first argument, for each isn't picked. There you go. Thank you, Niharika. Sorry about that. So coming back here, 9th is a cup, 9 is a cup which is being put in the second position. Think of it like that. And now notice, come back here, notice for element A. What is A? A is a tray. So what is the syntax doing? The syntax is extracting each cup. First, it is going to extract the first cup. That will become element. Then you do whatever processing we would like. Here we're just printing it. And then we're saying for element in A, if it is divisible by 2, yield 2, oh, this is a deep one. There's another one called yield coming into the picture. What yield does is, if you recall, it is nothing but a return. It returns this value and goes back into the function and continues the next operation. That is what the yield does, guys. It is returning and coming back. So it's kind of said as yielding. Okay, that also we did get a look. So if it is divisible by 2, then we are just taking the element multiplying by 2. That is what at a syntactic level is happening here. Okay, so there is again common operations. We can perform sum, max, quick sort. Pardon me. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. Did I array buffer? I explained. Okay, good. Okay. It is the common operations. I'm sharing a different screen. We will see now. We'll have somebody execute it. Few common operations, sum, max, just like in Python, pandas, and things like that. We also have functions. There is quick sort again. Pardon me. Okay. Okay. Anybody logged into the lab, guys? Into the web shell? Can one of you please log into the yield? We'll see Niharika. one of you log into the web shell and let me know when you're ready. Oh, sorry guys, I think I went on mute. So anybody ready? Accessing the web shell and things like that? Lavanya, okay, we looked at Lavanya yesterday. How about Vinay, Suresh? Oh,
Yes, Naveen.
great.
This
How
is
did,
Suresh.
how did you share the screen?
You directly stop the share, Naveen. Share, Naveen.
Oh, you can still share it, huh? I thought I need to make you the co-host.
No, Naveen. I can still share it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know about that. Okay. See the full screen and let me see what I have here. So you're into Scala, okay? Good one. Let me come here. So I think yesterday we were, here's a simple one. Maybe we'll just get started with this one. Okay, run this one. Maximize your screen, please. Pardon me, sorry about that. So you're asking what is the difference between transpose and transformation? Transpose, where you're just making the rows as columns and columns as rows, like in a matrix world. Okay, Suresh.
Yes, Naveen.
Transformation is generally
I didn't get that syntax, Naveen. That's why.
Oh. Okay, but anyway, transformation is generally talked in the data warehouse world where we are transforming, we are doing some additional processing of the data and things like that. That is generally referred as transformation in ETL and ELT. Okay.
Yes, Naveen.
Are you back to normal? You're still not well.
No, Naveen. I'm back to normal, but still some cough is there.
Oh, okay. Then just a little time with you, and I'll choose somebody else here.
No problem, Naveen.
Okay.
We had to do area 2 in another line or in the same line.
Press enter. So here you're defining the area. Area is like a function. Now you give Okay. What is res 0 here?
It is instance, first output.
It is an object. Int is its data type, 2 is its value. Okay.
Yes.
Why did it assign the data type int?
I mean,
Why did it assign the data type int?
12 is an integer type of data.
No, because you have given the output at the time of defining. You mentioned, yeah, the return type is, so can you tell me where we have mentioned the output as int?
To int here.
To int, okay, anything else? Do the same thing, repeat that line, def area, again, bring that up and remove the to int at the end. And remove the to int. Just keep it up to 3.14. Remove the dot, close the bracket. Okay. Now say area of 2. Hard way. Okay, what do you think is the problem?
Found double required int. It is showing that it has found double.
What is that?
The output will be in double format, like.
Good answer. So in other words, that's a decimal. When you perform 3.14 and times r square, that's giving you a decimal. But so in other words, okay, let's do this. Bring up the first function area with the dot to int. Put back the dot to int. Oops, dot to int, buddy.
That dot.
Where is the dot to int?
Oh, okay, sorry.
And now, okay, actually don't. So again, one more time, bring up that same line of code. Now modify, remove the return data type. Which one is the return data type?
Int.
It is on the left, that one, where you have the cursor. That is the return data type. Okay, delete that one, up to colon, remove the colon. I don't think colon is done. Now press enter. Now give area of 2. So on the left hand side is the definition of the signature. The right hand side of it is called the body. Catching it, Suresh?
Yes, no.
So on the left hand side, if we okay, even if you do not give the output type, because we're returning it as dot to int, let's say if you can, I'm going to, let's say, put this one here, this one, put this here. I'll give you a function and I'll give you a few minutes here. I'm going to just step out for one moment. I want you to figure out what this function is. Maybe a slightly tough question, but at the same time, it might be easy. So guys, don't help Suresh. I want him to see if he can figure out what this function is doing. Let's see. Okay, give me one moment here and I'll be right back, Suresh.
Is our
Okay, Suresh, I'm back.
sir.
See, what do you think that function is doing?
No, Naveen, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Can you attempt to explain it? You're not able to paste it in one line, huh?
No, I didn't try it.
Okay, that's okay. But just give a friendly attempt. There's at least one simple thing going on there. Okay. While you're at it, let me come back here. Try to execute, give it an argument and see.
Is it a factorial, Naveen?
As simple as that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Give me one moment here. Thank you. Let's see. It's a factorial. Now, n equals 1 and times factorial. Okay. Let's see. How do we do this one? Okay, try this one, Suresh. Back here, pasting it. If you can write that down. Strange. Try to execute it, please. can simply find it. Oops, the error is not yet fixed. You working? Okay. So what do you think is happening here?
In the function, for first argument, we didn't give any string value, Naveen. So we gave hello as string value, and we used concat operator, and the result is hello world scalar.
Okay. As simple as that. Close this one. Okay. Come back here. So, do you remember what is special about R2 and R3?
We directly gave for R2 and R3, Naveen.
What are the kind of arguments called?
String arguments should be.
String arguments. Think again. Default arguments. Okay. Now play around. Just give one or two options and don't give all the other options.
Naveen?
Just give. You gave one, right? And now try to give two arguments to that function.
Try to give two
arguments to that function.
error not found.
You're getting.
Okay, sir. Here my world got deleted. I mean, so we are giving my for second argument.
Good one. Okay. Try 0 arguments.
0 arguments. Empty one, Navin.
Yeah, no arguments, please.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so here is another one. Let's see if you still recall this and if you're able to catch this, Suresh. Similar to Python, I'm sending another one. Try this one. See if you're able to explain what is the problem.
R1 and R2, R3 are default arguments, Navin. What if we give?
Oops.
Not enough arguments for me to consider.
Okay, my string R2. Okay, can you tell me what is different here, Suresh? What is special about this function?
R1 and R3 are default arguments. So we are defining second argument is my. We are assigning R2 is my.
Can you tell me why it is working when you say R2 equals to my? Or what kind of an argument is it called when you pass the
Sequence or
keyword arguments? As simple as that. Good one. Who's that? Lavanya. Looks like Lavanya remembers all the concepts. Okay, and let's say come back here. Okay, now here's a small task for you. Suresh, can you write a small function, which will calculate the area of a rectangle?
area of rectangle.
Okay, good one. Okay. Let's see. So we used an integer. Okay, rewrite the same function by using the float and the doubles, Suresh. Change the data types to float and double.
View the change.
Good one. Oops. Oops. So you define it as float, double and then you just string a okay, acceptable, but not taking float value. Okay. Try the next one and explain me what this is doing, Suresh. Can you take a guess what that is doing, Suresh?
Error is showing println is not a member of string. Okay. Q directly returns no nothing.
points. What do you think the function is doing, Suresh?
Naveen, Q is directly returning true function. True is a Boolean type, so it is directly returning hello. I think so.
Can you make it return the word? Can you change it?
Naveen,
Can you change it so that it will return the word? Hey guys, wait. Satish, wait. Okay. Good, Suresh. Try the next one, please. Sorry, Suresh, I was on mute. How do you think it is working, Suresh? This Lavanya, hold on. I'm just when I'll tell you when to answer. So just give him some time to answer before you type in your answers. Are you there, Suresh? Suresh? Okay. Are you talking? I'm not able to hear you. Okay, let's say Durga Lokesh. Are you there, buddy? Can you give me a quick yes? Okay. Are you logged in to the web shell by any chance? Lokesh, are you logged into the web shell? Oh, I'm not able to hear. Guys, anybody able to hear Suresh? Okay. Suresh, looks like nobody's able to hear you. Satish, okay. Satish, share your screen, buddy.
Can you see my screen, Navin?
Yeah. Error message 0. Okay, you have not fixed this, sir. Is there any problem?
No, Navin, I have tried instead of
Oh,
those 1, 2, 3 cases, I have tried a default case. It
yeah.
seems not working.
So it is working when you give a 1, 2, and 3, right?
What, Navin? Yeah, it's working for 1, 2, 3. I have given here. You can see.
Good. Okay, let's see. Back here to the chat. Oops. Okay, buddy. Ramdar, please.
I didn't get the code now.
And Siberia.
Hello, Naveen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Naveen, you said you told you said you have sent the code,
Okay,
but you haven't.
sorry. I just sent it to Prithya. Okay, here we go, buddy. Sorry about that. I think he sent me a message and it went to him only.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you can do, you type in colon paste first instead of like that. Remove that line. Just press enter. Colon paste.
I have to paste, Naveen.
Colon paste. Type a colon.
Okay.
Now
And I have to
type in paste. Okay, press enter. Now you're in a multi-line mode. Now what you do is do a Control Shift V. Okay, press enter. You're pressing enter.
Yeah.
Okay, put them into. Can you scroll? I mean, can you put them into separate lines? While A equals to 5, where B. Are you able to scroll back? I mean, you will take your. Oh no.
No, Naveen, I can't.
Do a Control D.
D. It's
Control.
deleting, Naveen.
It is deleting.
Deleting.
No. Just move a little bit left hand side and press enter, so that it will separate them into separate lines, and you can see it.
I have to press enter, Naveen. No, Naveen, it's not working. I am going to another line instead of a new line.
Control D. Okay. When I send you, you're getting multiple lines, right? You're not getting one line, right? In the chat.
Yeah, Naveen. Yeah, Naveen. I am getting multiple lines, but if I am pasting, it is getting in a single line.
One more time, enter
Instead,
into the paste mode.
okay.
Okay. Paste. Right click and paste from browser. Nikita says paste from browser. Yeah.
Yeah, Naveen, it's working.
Now do a Control D. Control D.
Nothing is happening now.
Press enter.
Going to the next line. I think I haven't exit from the
Control D is not working.
Not working now. Yeah, it's now it's working, I think.
Sitting paste
Yeah,
one. So let's see what happened here. So explain what is going on here in this program.
we have declared three variables, right? Val A, val B, and variable I. Val A, variable B, and variable I. We initialize with 5, 6, and 5. A match matching A with these cases, I think so. Naveen.
So what is the problem here?
A value is not matching with the cases. Naveen.
As simple as that. Good one. So try the next one.
Again, I have to go to paste mode now.
Yes.
I think control D is not working fine. Naveen. I have trying, but it is not working.
Control D. Try one or two times. I think it just worked, didn't it?
Sometimes it is working, Naveen, but sometimes it is not working.
Just do an enter and do a control D.
Okay. Yeah, it's working.
Cool. Explain.
Initializing three values, value as A, and variable B as 6, and variable I as 5. As A is not in the not in the K case, so we have printed a case underscore as a default statement in a switch case, I think. Hello.
Yeah. So what do you think is underscore?
Underscore, I think it's a default case type. I mean, it will take another values except the case values above.
Good answer. So in other words, what is that concept called? Do you by any chance remember in Python? We have discussed this one.
Didn't remember exactly, Naveen. In for loop, we initialize for running a loop, we take underscore like that. I remember instead of any name, we can initialize with the underscore. Return gift, Naveen.
It's called unpacking.
Unpacking.
Okay. So unpacking the object and taking that as a default case. If you recall in Python, we looked at tuple unpacking and things like that. But let's say, see if you can run this one. Okay, run this one, please.
It is concatenating the value A with the default case now.
It is.
It is concatenating A with default value.
Okay, let's say. Okay, there's a subtle difference between this one and the previous one that you executed. Can you try to explain or understand and explain, Satish?
We are storing it in a result, Navin. Hello.
You're storing in the result. Okay, what do you, so what do you think that val result is doing?
Val result is printing both these bigger value and A, I think. It is storing the result which is coming out from this function and storing as a result.
Very good. Okay, not sure if everybody is understanding what Satish is saying is, but what is different here is we're saying val result. Here the default case is getting executed. The underscore is acting like the default case is one thing. And then bigger value plus say whatever is getting executed. Okay, what is happening is a match is returning bigger value plus a and saving it or assigning it or creating it and putting it into an object called result. So not only are we returning, a match is returning the case which is getting evaluated, but it is also right away initializing it and putting it into the result object. Everybody able to understand that, guys? That's a slightly deep one. So result is printing. Result equals to printing. So result, whatever the default case is, Niharika, whatever is being returned, not printed, whatever is being returned by the default case is getting plugged into the result cup. Result is a cup which is where the default is being put the value. That is what it is. So not only are we matching, we're also initializing and assigning is what is different here. Okay. Okay. See. Okay. Here's the next one. Satish. Let's see if you can try this.
Say, I think same as the above, Navin, but it is storing. It is storing instead of a value, it is storing I, and it is multiplied by 3, I think.
So what is the value of the result?
Result that a concatenate value plus a bigger value plus 15, Navin. As a value is 5, it is multiplied by 3, it is returning 15.
So what is different here, Suresh? I'm sorry, Satish. Tough question. Think and answer.
Instead of passing a value, Navin, to the case, we are directly passing a variable, I think. as case 0, case 1, and here we are passing case I.
Good answer. So what is the meaning of that? So if you look at 8 times 3, that is 15. Why is it matching the case I?
I didn't get you, Naveen. Why
So
case
I is initialized to 5, right?
Yes, Naveen.
When you take A times 3, that is 15.
Yeah.
When you say case I, that is that I is not 15, but that I is 5. But that is what is getting
Yeah.
returned.
Yeah.
You're catching it, Satish?
Yes, Naveen.
Why do you think so? Tough question.
Here we are assigning value of A star 3, I think, Naveen, instead of I.
We are assigning A multiplied by 3 to the result, not to the I, right?
Yeah, yes, Naveen.
No, you're actually answering a good one here. Value I. But A times 2, whatever is returned becomes bigger value. Oh no, you actually corrected me a little bit. I think it's been a while I looked at this scenario. So in other words, 8 times 3 is 15. So let us say the same thing, rerun it, modify case I to, let's say, case, instead of case I, modify it to case A. Thank you, Niharika. I think the paste from browser is helping. Otherwise, I would have been lost too. I would have had a difficult time to explain this one. Oops. I just want you to modify case I. Instead of case I want you to modify that I to A. That's all. Keep everything else.
I understand. Naveen. Instead of going to paste mode, I directly paste from the browser, and I am
Do a control
what I
D.
control D. I didn't go to this, Naveen. Paste.
Oh, okay. Understand. Control D, Control C, or maybe Control Z.
Control that. It's also not working.
Just press enter.
Yeah, Naveen. I think I have stopped the scale.
Close the bracket so that it's continuing next.
Instead of I, what should I place, Naveen?
Just change case I to case A.
Yes, I took case. Yeah, okay.
Oh, sorry. Have you? Okay. Oh, Okay, press enter and Control D. So now we're getting bigger value I is 5. We
I
have,
think value A has been missing.
so in other words, no, what you do is instead of case A, just put a variable which is not declared, which is like Z, case Z.
Okay. Yeah, done. Naveen.
Is it okay? Now try to see if you can understand, Satish.
I think it is acting as default case now in that. It is assigning a value of I to the bigger value.
So the result is bigger value 5, and Z is acting like a default case, right?
Yes, no.
So now let's see, just type in Z. Enter. Okay. Can you take a guess why Z is not displayed?
As it is not defined. No.
It is defined in the case, right?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. So to understand that one, case Z, bigger value of plus I is there, no? Instead of plus I, put a Z there.
Okay. The whole function I have to copy paste now. I mean,
Yeah. The same thing. Paste from browser. And in browser, in the text box, you modify it. Instead of bigger, change, no, bigger value plus I, instead of plus I, just Z there. Yeah.
Okay.
Click on OK. Enter and Control V. Cool. So
Not
now,
found values.
so it's
So
saying,
I think case I
oh, okay.
will modify and I will.
Yeah. Enter and
Yes.
okay. Now again we're getting value of 15.
Yes.
Why? I'll give you a hint. You already answered a question earlier.
In the result, we are storing A star 3 now. Is that the result?
We're storing it in the result.
Yeah, yes, Naveen.
In the result, we're storing whatever is being returned.
Yeah.
By case.
Yeah, okay, Naveen, I got it. We are storing any value that is returned by this function in Z.
Is returned by this. What is returned by match is being stored in results.
Z. Yes, Naveen.
Not Z.
Yeah. And
But
the value I am saying A star 3.
Highlight the value. There you go. So in other words, guys, that's a slightly deep scenario. What is happening is 8 times 3. Whatever is getting A multiplied by 3, that is getting saved into Z here. That is what Scala is doing. Scala is taking that whatever is getting evaluated and saving it into kz. So z is becoming 15. Result is bigger value plus 15 or bigger value 15. Okay, guys, that's a slightly deep one. Are you able to understand, guys? Niharika, Lavanya, are you guys catching it? Okay. What about Suresh, Vinay? Suresh and Vinay? Ganesh? Lokesh? Did you understand? So whatever is 8 times 3, guys, by default, what Scala is doing is it is not treating it as case 0 or case 1, but Z is getting initialized to 8 times 3. So, and what is Z? Z is only available in the scope of that match scope, match code. It is not available outside. So just type in Z one more time. Satish, just type in Z and enter. Notice you'll get an error, which means case Z is only available within the match scope. It is not available in a global scope. Type in A. A is available in global scope. B. I. Because we have defined that outside the match. So here match function. Match is not only executing it, but it's also executing like a function there. So Z is acting like a local variable is something to be kept in mind. Other than the variables, it is taken the default case modified as A star 3. Good one. Another deep one there. These are all slightly advanced things which Scala is doing, guys. Okay. Instead of A star 3, you may want to give A plus 4. Whatever that value is being taken as default case and being put into Z, we'll look at another scenario like this and we'll try to see if we can simplify that, guys. Okay, let's see where we are. Okay, let's take a break here and 110, right? 45. Okay, let's meet at 2 and continue from there, guys. Okay, guys.
Yeah, okay now.
Thank you. Guys, are you back? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Let's see, Satish, are you back, buddy? Are you there? Can you share your screen, Satish, if you're there? Okay, good. Pardon me. Sorry about that, guys. I was sitting here and I was just waiting, but let's see. Take a look at this and see Satish, case I, case J, A star 3. Now let's see A star 3 is a result. Okay, 0, 1. Just cooking up another scenario. Give me 1 minute here. J star. Okay, let's see. Now here's a slightly deep one and maybe a confusing one. Let's see, I'm going to copy this. There we go. Try this, Satish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell me, can you translate that, Satish? What is
What?
different?
Okay. Here result is that mean result is printing first now plus 15 after concatenation star with J.
Good answer. So in other words, short and sweet, what is happening here, Satish, is slightly deep. You are saying result is actually printing, right? If you notice the tuple, the
It's
empty tuple, it
yeah.
says it is any. What it is it is actually referred as void. It is like a null value. It is like a none value in Python for us. None or null means nothing. This is something we need to manually and explicitly remember in the language of Scala. It is void. It's like an empty tuple means nothing. Something we need to manually remember. When you print, what is happening is print is something which is not returning you. It is only executing, but it does not return. If you are just executing and not returning, that means you're returning a null value. So here it is called void. Are you understanding, Satish?
Yeah, yes, no.
That is something we need to keep in mind. And let's see, come back here. Okay, 0. Okay. Before I go there, let me also put this here. And let's say J. How about, let's say, we'll say this is J. One moment, is making a small change. Copy this. Is this here? J, let's say call this K. Call this K. And we'll call this as, let's say, 2, 3 hash plus K. Okay. This one. Say, okay. Take a look at this, Satish. Try this, please. Okay. Now another, let's see what's happening. What do you do? It's giving a warning. So what is the problem with the warning, Satish? Any idea? Tough question.
No, exactly.
Okay. So warning means it's okay. You don't need to worry about it. It is just giving you a warning. It's not an error. Error means the compiler is not able to compile it, is what is the problem. Warning you can ignore. Scala
Yeah,
is. Now, what do you think is going on in the code?
Here now, why we are returning a string equal to 15 like that? I got it out.
So that's actually a tough question, Satish. What is happening is when you do 8 times 3, it becomes 15. The first undeclared variable case inside is case j.
Yeah,
We can have a case j, k, lm, and op unto up to z. But
yeah,
the first case j, what is happening is whatever is 8 times 3 is getting assigned like the way you said to j.
yeah, okay.
And j is becoming 15. So it doesn't even go to case k. So what is
Yeah,
it? That is what the warning is indicating. If the first warning is warning patterns after a variable patterns cannot match. So since it has come across the first case, which is not defined. So what is doing? What it is doing is the J is acting like a default. After default, whatever you have cases, it is not processing them. That is what the warning is about.
yeah, okay. Now.
So you need a little bit of touch of maybe .NET or Java for the other folks, but after default, and nothing will be caught.
Yeah, now.
If you're coming from that background, but that is again a little bit of programming and a computer science thing. You guys need to keep in mind. Okay? Everybody okay with the tests? Why is it giving? So again, the same thing I'm explaining, Niharika. The case J is acting like a default. After the default, it doesn't touch any cases. So that is what it is warning. It is saying, I'm not going to touch. The way it is putting is different. Okay. Okay. Now let's see. Okay, let's see. So run this one. Okay, run it. Tough one, Satish. We have covered this kind of thing in Python, if you recall. Give it a minute.
Hello, Naveen. Hello. Naveen, are you there?
Sorry about that. Yeah, tell me, Satish.
Naveen, that means that is a typecast error, I think. So we required both the integers, but here we are getting a string and an integer. That's what I think.
Okay. So in other words, more precisely, it is unpacking. If you see A multiplied by 3 comma B is a tuple object. When you do match and case, what it is doing is the match and case is looking for a tuple object. Whereas what we have, so in other words, we are comparing a tray with a teacup and a coffee cup in the case. The cases have teacups, but the one we are giving is a tray. Are you catching it, Satish?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
So in other words, so let's say, so now here's a tough task. Let's see if you can do this. Can you try to fix this?
I will try.
Yeah.
Yes, Naveen. I have completed.
Very good, Satish. So, oh, good, very good. Next slide. Keep it up. Okay. Same. Pardon me. Sorry about that. Let's see. Sorry. Okay. This next one. Okay. Send the next one.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we are passing a comma 3 and b, if a value is 0 into 3, that means as 0 it is considering, and underscore is taking any value as its argument, and it's printing 0 now.
Pardon me. Sorry about that. Zero. Okay. Okay. Can you tell me one more time? I think I missed something you said, Satish.
Okay, now.
Pardon.
As a value is 3, it is multiplied, a value is 0, it is multiplied by 0. As for first case, 0 is matching with the 0 in the case, first case, and as underscore taking any value as its value, so it is printing 0 now.
Okay. Okay, good one. But do you have any idea why the default case is not getting called?
As the uppercase has been executed, the remaining case does not
Now
execute.
interchange both of them. Put case I in the middle.
Case I in the middle, Navin. Okay.
Yes.
Or in the first, Navin.
In the middle.
Case I comma 0 or only case I think.
Case I.
Okay.
You having formatting issues?
Yeah, Naveen.
Then in that case, just leave that there. Don't worry. Okay. See what is different here. So that is case BI done. Okay, let's see what's happening here. Here's the next one. Okay, so what is different here, Satish?
Instead of an integer, we passed a string value in case now.
Okay, can you match a string there? Change the code so that you're matching a string, not a integer.
Can I wait, right? Yeah, no.
Okay, so there must be. So catching it, Satish.
Yeah, yes, no.
Okay, how about others guys? Lavanya, Niharika, are you catching it? What is change we made? Suresh and Vinay. Okay, Vinay, are you there? Okay. Okay, let's see what else we have. Should be okay. Okay. Let's see. Let's try this one. Execute this function, Satish. Pardon me.
Done again.
Okay. So can you tell me what is going on?
We are writing a function and we are calling it now.
Oops. Proceed. Okay, I've sent you another one also. Please look at that.
Yeah, no. These are a single line only, not again. Or should I execute all the comments once?
You can execute a single line.
Okay.
Okay. Why is the
Yes,
last
sir.
one working? Why is the last line working? So
Without
remember,
parent. Okay.
in Scala, if a function is not taking any arguments or input, you don't need to give the brackets
Okay.
at the time of calling the function. In Python, it is a must, whereas Scala, it is slightly relaxed, okay?
Okay.
Okay, let's see, there is hello, and now let's see, okay. Here's the first one. Okay. And once you do that, okay, we'll also execute this one. Okay, execute the next two lines.
Executed now.
Okay. And can you tell me what is the difference?
One is a lazy variable, Navin, another is a not lazy variable. When we want only, the lazy variable will give the result. That means when we are accessing only, it will create memory like that. If you are not using, it will not create memory.
Very good answer. So, if you let's say just type in not lazy. And now type in C. C. Yeah. So now what is the difference?
As we are accessing variable C, lazy variable, it is giving a value now.
Very good answer. So this is where we are accessing both the objects. When you access both the objects, now the function hello is getting executed. Earlier, when we said lazy val C equals to hello, if you notice, it's printing not C int lazy, which means it did not call the function or it did not execute the function. Why? That is what lazy is doing. Lazy, unless you access an object in the next step, that function is not getting executed. Catching it, Satish?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
So in real world, there are many scenarios where we'll come across this kind of scenario, but this is like a small scenario which we need to manually keep in mind. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Okay, let's see if we can try this one. Okay, try the next one. Okay, Satish, do one thing. I need to step out for one moment. Let's take a short 5-minute break and let's redo. Sorry about that. Satish, are you there? Satish, are you there?
Yeah, yes, no.
Okay. Share your screen, please. Are you having any problem with array buffer?
In the previous, you told an example, I tried that, I got an error as reassigning to val, it's showing.
Oh, okay. Execute, please. So you just imported the buffer. Oh, okay. Just type in A. Okay, so that's just an empty buffer. But ideally, let's say, here's the first one. So, oops. Screen chat window. Okay, here's the first step. Execute and see. A plus invalid. A plus equals to y, invalid literal. Legal character. Just type in A plus equals to 1.
Reassigning to val, it's showing.
No. A plus equal to is together, not separate.
Together. Okay.
Okay, just type in A. Okay. What's next one? Look at A. No, yes. So A has now 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay. And let's say, okay, we'll do for the sake of discipline. Execute this. I think what is happening. What's happening, Satish?
Showing error now. Illegal character like.
Did you do paste from browser?
Yeah, no. Instead I have to type.
No, some last character, I think your is getting messed up. It's complaining after the end.
It's due to copy pasting, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean it has removed the last two elements in the.
Okay, try the next one. So what is insert doing?
That is inserting at a second index. It is inserting 9 at a second index.
No. Try next one. Is it zero-based index? Good one there. We'll see. I think it is zero-based index, Niharika, but let's see. Take a look at A now. Okay, so now A has 5 cups, right? Try say
Yeah.
0. This is the 0 term. I think we need to use square bracket. Give a normal bracket. Takes normal brackets. So Niharika, that's a zero-based index, okay? Let's try this one. Take a look at A. Okay. So it has removed the 3 elements from the second index. Understand this, Satish? Try the next one.
It is returning the sum.
Access for sum is done. Okay. So now what we'll do is, let me take this up. I'll ask you a few questions and we'll continue, Satish. Bring this up. There we go. Close this one. I'm going to share my screen, Satish. Okay, guys. Back to a little bit of Azure and concepts. So there is SLA, stands for Service Level Agreement. Here are some of the downtime metrics and things like that. So per month availability, each service has its own SLA. So everything is a service, guys. Compute is a service, storage is a service, database is a service, networking is service and things like that. And 99% availability means in a month, it can be down 7 hours, 18 minutes, 17 seconds. That is what the 99%. How do we come up with that? We'll try to understand that. And it ranges from 99% to 99.999. So roughly we have 2 nines to 5 nines. If it is 5 nines, it is 26 seconds. And free services typically don't have an SLA. So it is not a must. Some of the services which are free, the agreement, the service level agreement is not there. In other words, the Microsoft is not giving a guarantee that they are going to be up 99% and things like that because they are free. Broken SLA means credit returns. So if at all they are not able to, if we have taken a service, it is greater, and if it was greater, the downtime was greater than, let's say, 7 hours, 18 minutes, then what will they do? They are returning the service credits. So in other words, they are giving us some credit of it. They will have some way of calculating and they will give a credit. So in the next month's bill, maybe they'll give us a 10% discount or a 15% discount and things like that. That's what will happen, guys. And let's say, so that's a SLA. So composite SLA is a combination of SLA of all components in your application. What that means, let's try to understand. Imagine we have a web application and let's say somebody is saying it is 99.95% available. Okay, what it means is, let me move my window. Hide it. Okay. So availability 99% means unavailability is 100 minus that much. That is going to be 0.05%. So in a month, roughly, we have, if we take 730 hours, and that's 1 hour is 60 minutes, it's going to be 730 hours is going to be 43,800 minutes, and this is 5%. This is 0.0005% is unavailability. That is what this is coming from. Okay, what that means is unavailability is coming to be roughly 21 minutes 54 seconds. So in other words, the mantra is 100% availability. And we are translating that into number of seconds, 21 minutes and 54 seconds. Everybody catching it, guys? Pick your strings. This is how the unavailability is calculated. This is how they are coming up with the 4 nines and the 5 nines availability and unavailability. Let's say move a little ahead. Okay. So now what we have is, we have a web application and an SQL database. What can we do? Let's say we have taken 99 point, or in other words, Azure is guaranteeing 99.95% uptime on both of these services. So what does that mean? Together, we can calculate the availability. In other words, to calculate the availability of both the services, we need to multiply. And what will that do? If you multiply these two things, we're getting 0.99, that is nothing but 99.9%. What is that? That is availability. So now what you do, what it means is, we have originally taken 99.95%. Now it is 99. Actually, I think this will end up being, yeah, this is 99.90. So which is 99% availability. In other words, factors that impact this service level agreement is, as we add more services, we can observe that our 4 nines, the 2 nines may increase to 3 nines, 3 nines may increase to 4 nines, and so on. Free and preview services may also impact our service level agreement. What does that mean? Let's see. So now take a look at this. Here is a load balancer. We have 2 web apps. And what is happening is, load balancer is balancing the requests. It sends one request to one and another request to another. So it is balancing the request between the 2 web apps. So now imagine Azure is giving us 99.95% uptime. What that means is it ends up, if you calculate this one, it ends up like this. So both minus web, U is unavailability, 100% minus unavailability of service 1 and service 2 will calculate to 99.999%. In other words, if we were to take that unavailability, multiply and subtract it, we are getting 6 nines availability. In other words, what is happening is, as we are taking more additional services, the SLA is getting impacted. We are increasing, we are able to increase our availability by increasing the number of services. Everybody catching it, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, let's say, so that has become from 99.95%, which was individually, because we have 2 of them. If one is down, the other will still be available. That is what is increasing it to 99.9%. And together, that is now has become, the total availability has become, including the load balancer, that becomes 99.98% availability. So we have jumped up from 99.95 to 99.98%. Just in case, by just adding a load balancer is what it means, which means you can raise your SLA, you can lower or raise your SLA, adding more services and adding redundancy. Adding redundancy is actually raising our SLA from 99.5% to 99.98%. And service configuration, which is nothing but availability, scale sets, and things like that. The SLA can also be impacted by different kinds of services. Cosmos DB versus table storage, they offer a 4.9 or a 5.9 finance availability, if you recall. Different service tiers also can impact the service level agreement. Something to be kept in mind. Everybody with me, guys? Quick case, please. Pardon me. So what are the characteristics of SLA? SLA is nothing but an agreement between Microsoft and the customer. Customer is anybody who's using Azure, calculated as a percentage of service availability, uptime and connectivity. So we've just seen how we are translating the unavailability and trying to understand how we are getting the 4 nines versus the 5 nines. Breaking the SLA provides a discount from the final monthly bill, which is referred as a credit. Higher tier services offer better SLAs. In other words, more advanced services such as Cosmos DB, for example, can provide us a much higher SLA, higher uptime. Free services have no SLA. Again, for free, they're not obligated because they're anyhow giving us free. Preview services have no SLA. Preview services means before releasing something, finally, in a beta stage and things like that, they release it in a preview. And preview is really for us to play around, get a feel, test, do some quick testing and things like that about the new features. If we like the new features, we can purchase them and things like that. So there is no SLA. They are not giving any agreement there. Composite SLA is a combined SLA of all the application components, which is generally what is happening. You don't take one service. We take a group of services. Together, they are referred as a composite SLA. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. Okay. Service lifecycle. So what is service lifecycle? Well, imagine SQL database. Imagine they have released some new features. At the time of developing, that is in a development phase. When they complete the development, they put it into a preview phase. Preview phase is where the customers are checking out the new features and they're testing and seeing if they like the features, if there are any problems in the features or not. They want to make sure if they use the feature in the real time or in the production environment, they don't run into any issues and things like that. So it's called a preview. After the preview, which is the beta phase, then they'll put it into general availability. General availability is the availability of it in a real time scenario, more precisely in a production scenario. This is where they're saying, hey, these are the features you can actually use. We have tested them thoroughly and we have fixed all the problems at our end. So you can actually use it in your business is what the general availability means, guys. So now here is public preview. In public preview also, they can make a few features available, which are as good as general availability, but they are not, they are for public, but they don't give any SLA. For example, geo replication SLA. Geo means geographical replication. Geographical replication of a service, they are saying it is geographically available in public preview. They have not yet released in general availability. Okay, so let me see. This is for the customers. It is in the public preview. It is in the preview. It is in the beta phase. It is in the beta phase, and it is almost. It is like production ready, but they are not making it generally available. They are not giving us the general availability. Let's go one step ahead. Here is what is called private preview. Private preview is for few customers who are in urgent need of few features. Let's say Microsoft is still developing these features. It's still in the development stage. But there are a few customers, most favorite customers or most preferred customers, or some customers who have some special relationships with Microsoft, where they're saying, okay, here these features are in development, but you can still use them. They're in development, you're using it, that is called a private preview. That can be any service. Geo replication is again geographical replication. That is private preview, guys. Okay, so in other words, public preview means no SLA means this is just for you to test. Some services have no support coverage, so they are not giving any support. So there's a slight risk. Limited region availability. Some services are always available in certain regions, may not be available in all the regions. Limited functionality. Again, they can limit their features. Again, pricing changes. Price may change. Their direction may change. They may put it into public preview. Let's say they run into any major problems and things like that. They may take it back to the development if the feature is not working well. They may not make it generally available. So that is what the preview portal is, guys. Okay. So every service in Azure follows its own life cycle. Every time they're coming up with a new feature, the feature is nothing but a service from a cloud computing standpoint that is being going through these three stages: the development, the preview, and the general availability. Public preview is a beta stage of the service available to the general public. Okay, it is like a test drive. If you buy a scooter, before buying a scooter, you go and test drive a scooter or a car. So that is the public preview. Features can also be in preview stages. Okay, again, we just discussed about that. It is designed for testing. This is just to give you a feel of it. Hey, here's how the scooter or the car is going to look like. General availability is where you're actually buying a production ready, or the service or the feature is for production, which means the scooter, this is the scooter with everything finally, with all the features and things like that, which is available. That is general availability. That is referred as a service life cycle. So in other words, this is how the services are developed. So it is called a service life cycle. Everybody okay with this slide? Quick yes, please. Okay. Cost affecting factor. Let's see. Factors that can affect the cost, they are resources, types, services, locations, ingress and egress traffic. What is that? Let's try to understand. If we go one step ahead, these are the different kinds of resources. What kind of service do we use? What is VM? VM is nothing but a virtual machine. When we create a VM service internally, it has a CPU, it has a memory, it has an uptime. Okay, what are these? These are the services based on the number of CPUs, memory, uptime. The cost may change. Resource group is a free. So what is a resource group? We can say one memory and storage type. A group of permutation and combinations of these individual resources is logically called as a resource group. Resource group, you generally, or in other words, Microsoft or Azure does not charge resource group. It is just charging you based on the individual resources. Resource group is just a logical name. Resource group is free means it doesn't mean that they don't charge for resource group. They're actually charging for the resources inside the resource group. It is up to, based on our convenience, we create a resource group based on the combinations of this CPU, memory. So when we use VM, these are the three we use. When we use SQL, we are also adding, let's say, storage resource. Storage tier has different kinds of operations. Logical apps have actions, and Azure functions have execution, time, and memory consumed per second. It is on a second by second basis. They're able to charge us, or they are charging us, and that is what is the cost. In other words, these are the individual resources. Based on the combination of these resources, the cost can vary. Everybody catching it, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay. Satish, are you there? Are you there, Satish? Ganesh, are you there? Ganesh Chandrala or Ganesh Paripalli?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay, share your screen. Can you share your screen? Do you need a minute? Ganesh. Are you there, Ganesh?
They bring it again.
Pardon me? Oops. Navya, are you there? Harsha, are you there? Harshita, are you there? How about Lokesh, Somana? Are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Can you share your screen, Lokesh? Okay. Go to the google.com and just look for Azure pricing calculator. Go to google.com, just type in Azure pricing calculator.
Azure
Pricing calculator.
pricing.
Yeah.
First one, Naveen.
Yeah. Okay. So select the virtual machine. And okay, click on. Okay. So now, okay, so we've chosen West. Just try out different combinations and scroll down and look at the price.
For Windows OS, it is 152. I need to change OS. To see difference. No.
Sorry. Are you there, Lokesh?
Yes, Naveen.
I've chosen the capacity as 1000 GB. If you, so after selecting, okay, you directly did a view, right? I've also selected the storage accounts. Manage the storage transactions. You're getting $152 per month. That's about average per month, and pay as you go license. Select 1 year reserve, 32. So 1 year reserve, how much? It reduces this to 125.08. And let's say 3 year reserve, you're getting almost 57% discount. That means $104 per month if you take it for 3 years. If you take it for 1 year, how much you got?
125.08.
25, okay. And if you say pay as you go?
152. 32% discount.
So that is only the VM, right? Expand the managed disks. So below your managed disk storage transactions. Just choose some random combinations
Okay.
and let's see what the final.
I need to change disk size.
Snapshot, bandwidth. Put something in storage transactions, put something in bandwidth also, just to get a feel of it. So let's say put, no, put number of transactions, put like 10,000. Just type it in. How much is that? Put one more zero, 100,000. Then go to the bandwidth. Data transfer. Inter-region, West Asia. Data transfer type. Expand the drop-down. Data transfer type. Are they disabled?
Data transfer type.
Yeah. Internet egress. Okay. Select that. Egress, I think there won't be any charge. Okay. Scroll down and see the total cost. Support is included. Microsoft, that's coming to be $675. Okay. See, general purpose, hot. Okay, that is just to give you an idea. Okay, so let me take the screen and I'll again come back for you, Lokesh. Just stand by.
Okay now.
Okay, so what are the services, guys? What is our Azure offer type? We can go for a free service. Free service is free for the first 30 days. After 30 days, there are a few free services, but most of the services will not be free, will not be able to access them. Pay as you go is a pure cloud computing model, public cloud, where we are paying for how much we are using. MPN is Microsoft Partner Network. Visual Studio, again is, I think for Visual Studio users, they have many plans like that. Based on their plan, based on their service offering type, service type, different customers. Some customers are enterprise customers, some customers are web direct, which means I think it's just another offering. And cloud solution provider is generally what we are talking about. Generally, we are accessing everything on the cloud and things like that. And based on these services, what service offering we are taking, we may also get a different cost. The cost may be different. In enterprise, because they may need a large number of licenses, their pricing and the licensing cost will vary compared to other kinds of service offerings. That is something to be aware of, guys. Okay. Move to the next one. So there is again, where are our services located? Now take a look at this one. Location, when you look at this one, can you tell me what this is suggesting? Can you take a guess what this is suggesting?
Virtual machine contains 4 GB RAM and
Okay, and
what is the CPU before the CPU?
one
CPU.
in CPU, 4 GB RAM is
100 USD.
$100. Okay.
Yes.
Now take a look at this. Can you take a guess what this is suggesting? So what is common here?
CPU and RAM is common, and it is changing dollars.
So what does it tell you?
What, Navin?
What does that tell you? What does that indicate?
Based on the regions, the cost is changing.
Very good. So based on the location is nothing but region. The same resources in a different location are, the price is different. That is what we can understand. Okay. Now let's come back here. Okay. Now go to the, okay, we've already looked at the storage accounts. Take a look at storage account and let's say Central US, Eastern US. So here is $18.4 is the average per month. Okay, then we have East US 2 here. In a different, so here is East US 2. Let us see what is coming out. Okay, it's coming to be $18.4. If we were to change this location to maybe West US or any other location, this price may change based on the service and things like that. Catching its location.
Yes, Navin.
Okay, so bandwidth and traffic, how much data do we move in and out of the Azure? So something we need to manually remember is customers. This is our company. Our company is on-premise network. If you're moving any data from on-premise to the Azure cloud, there is no charge. Okay, actually it is the first time when you're moving the data to the Azure cloud, they won't charge. After that, they'll be charging. Egress is what is the data we are downloading or accessing and getting out of the public cloud. For that, we will be charged. How much data do we move in and out of Azure? That is something to be kept in mind, guys. Okay. So again, data center, all those group of data centers are there in the cloud computing model. So again, the characteristics of cost. What's happening? The base cost is based on the resources. All Azure services resources have resource-specific pricing models. In other words, for each resource, the pricing is different, typically consisting of one or more metrics. So storage has its own characteristics. CPU has its own, compute has its own characteristics and things like that. Services, Azure specific offers, enterprise web, these are the different services they're calling. They have different cost and billing components like prepaid, billing, and discounts. Based on the location also, the cost can change based on the bandwidth, amount of network, which is going in and out of our networking resources, the cost is also being charged. We can also save it using reserved instances and hybrid. Reserved means we can, instead of renting a server, a VM, or any resource for 1 month, if we rent it for 1 year or maybe 3 years, they're giving us additional discount. That is reserved. Hybrid, we'll try to see what that means. So cost reduction methods, pricing, and TCO. TCO stands for total cost of ownership. Generally, the pricing and the TCO are generally taken care, but this is to give you an idea. They're generally more deeply looked at by the project manager, your architect, your database administrator, and things like that. These people sit together based on their budget. They will try to come up. Based on their budget, they will dictate the resources, or based on the resources, they will go back to the client and say, hey, here is the budget we are looking at. That is generally what they do, guys. Okay. So factors that can reduce the cost, we can use reserved instances for spot pricing. We can use hybrid model. The functionality and usage. Again, how much the price, what is the total cost we are looking at is what this two components are, guys. Okay. So are you there, Lokesh?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. So now we are looking at a graph. Let's say, okay, can you try to explain me what this graph is suggesting? Tough question.
Based on the time, the performance will increase sometimes.
Very good. As simple as that. Okay. So now, what do you think this is suggesting? I'll give you another hint. How about this one?
When we shut down, it is decreasing. When we turn on and scale up, it is increasing.
Very
Again,
good.
when we shut down, it is decreasing.
Very good. Okay. So now, so in other words, on x-axis we have time. On y-axis we have performance. And performance is based on one CPU, two CPUs, how many CPUs is using. It is the power that we are having in our resources. So here is another example. What is special in this, in the below one, Lokesh?
It is constant.
As simple as that. Very good. It is always for our own. Okay. So here is a scenario where imagine we are running some kind of an application. There is no dips and peaks. It is always constant. Okay, so what do we do? In such a case, what we do is, take a look at this. If you're using one VM with one CPU, let's say it's costing us moment. It's costing us $50 per month. For 1 week, that will be $12. For 1 month, roughly $50 they're charging. For 1 year, that is going to be $600. And what is it? That is if we are paying it on a monthly basis. But let's say we are reserving. We're reserving it for 1 year. Then, no, sorry. If we are taking it for 1 year on a monthly basis for a year, we're looking at $600. If we reserve it for 1 year, they're giving us a discount. You know, it's I think it's 40% discount and ending up to be $360 is what is happening. If we reserve it for 3 years, they're giving us 60% discount. Okay, so what is this? By using reserved instances, reserved plans, our cost is getting affected. That's a cost affecting factor. Everybody catching it, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay. So reserved instances, again, they can be Azure virtual machines or other kind of services. Reserved capacity is the storage. Database are referred as the capacity. Software plans, again, these are the different kinds of operating system. Reservations can be made for 1 year or 3 years, just to be something to be kept in mind here and there. In certifications, they'll ask you if you can do it at 2 years or 3, but just keep 1 and 3 in your mind, guys. Okay. Now let's see back here, what's happening here. Now, okay, Lokesh, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Can you try to explain what this is suggesting? It's a tough question.
Unused virtual machines may cause some.
Good try. Okay.
Back.
So in other words, imagine we have a data center And what is happening is, in the data center, we have a lot of servers. Let's say only 50% of them are getting used and 50% of them are never getting used. Now, what Azure is doing is, if they have any VMs which are unused, okay, they are paying, I mean, they're incurring the costs for them, but nobody is using. In other words, they are not able to get money out of it. So they're calling them as unused. What they're doing now is, they're saying you can use these unused at a lower price. Those are called spot VMs. Spot VMs means unused VMs. But what is the problem here? The spot VMs, they don't guarantee. In other words, guarantee means, imagine suddenly, if they have an important customer who needs all this unused amount of capacity, what can they do? Well, they will give it up to them. In other words, at that time, your computer, your services may get impacted. Some customers may use this one, and your entire unused may be reallocated to them. At that time, this customer may get impacted. If these two customers who are just using 50%, there may be important customers for Microsoft, and they suddenly request for more services, and then all that unused will be given to them. They will not care for you. What is that? That is called a spot VM. The good thing is they're giving you a much more lower discount. We're getting a very low price because they're unused. But the problem is, if any other important customers come and say, what will they do? They will immediately release all your stuff and give it back to them. That is something to be kept in mind. Catching it, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, so significant discounts are available for Azure VMs, which is a good one. That is what is spot VM. Capacity can be taken away at any time. Microsoft will not give it to you if they have an important customer coming and saying, I need it. They'll just reallocate it to him. So that is called a stage of eviction. It's like you're renting, but suddenly they're kicking you out. They're evicting. Customer can set maximum price after discount. So here is the maximum price. So as the price reaches this stage, customer says, hey, I will use it up to a particular price. If it crosses that price, then I don't want to use that one. So something along the lines, guys. Okay, it is best for interruptible workloads. Okay, which is batch processing, development and testing environments, large computational workloads, non-critical tasks. In such cases, we can use spot VM. Or imagine you're a brand new startup where you don't have many customers and you want to lower your costs and still be able to do your work and things like that. And in such cases, spot VMs will come to your rescue. Quick yes, please. Everybody with me. Quick. Okay. So hybrid use, okay, it's a combination of both of them. So we are using, what do we have? This is the hybrid, and this is the Windows the Windows license and the price. So we are using on-premises, and also we are using the Azure. On-premises is naturally, we will be incurring the costs. Hybrid is, or in other words, the cloud is again pay as you go. I think that is what they're trying to indicate there, guys. Let's see if I have any additional documentation here. So hybrid again. So in other words, here we have some additional. When the usage is high, we are going there. When the usage is not there, we will only pay what we are using. Here is a bit more documentation. So use existing licenses in the Azure. In our on-premises, our company has taken some licenses. Not only can we use them, we can also use that on the cloud. Okay, since we're using a combination of these licenses, that is I think what is being referred as hybrid, guys. Okay, so Windows Server, Azure VM, and let's see, these are the servers. These are again some of the databases and things like that. So kind of like a hybrid cloud computing only is what we have, guys. Okay. Okay, Lokesh, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Read this one. This is a slightly tough question. And can you tell what this, read this out, please?
Using multiple cloud providers.
AKA means?
Azure Kubernetes,
Also known as.
also known as.
So what do you think is multi-cloud?
There are multiple cloud providers.
What does that mean?
Public,
No. Can anybody else take a guess, guys? What does multiple cloud means?
multiple storages.
In other words, imagine you have some services you're using in Azure, some services you're using in Salesforce, some services you're using in AWS. That is a multi-cloud environment. Okay, you may have an application. In such a case, it's a combination of the clouds. Good one. What do we have? That's where we have something called Azure Arc. It is a cross-cloud environment where Azure Arc is a service which is used to connect the multiple clouds. Something to be kept in mind. Okay, Lokesh?
It's Navin.
Okay, so read these things on the left-hand side.
Implementation, configuration, training, physical security, hardware, IT personnel, maintenance.
Okay. Now,
Software license fees.
what do you think are these two images in this picture? This one and this one. What is this one? What kind of an animal is this?
Whale.
So it's a dolphin, maybe. Whale,
Dolphin.
maybe. Acceptable. Let's see. What do you think is this one? It's ice. There's a lot of ice.
Size is more. Storage is more.
Under the water, there's a lot of ice, and above the water, there is some ice. Then there are some penguins and things like that. When you read these things, does anything come to your mind? Why is why are there a few things which are in red color? And now take a look at the right-hand side. These red color things are not here. Here is another hint.
We have some services. Here we have some services. Here we don't have any services. I think we need to manage these services.
You're almost answering it. Let's see. Maybe one step forward. Okay. So what does that mean? What can you make out of that?
It is within the organization. It is
good. And what else can you say?
On premises.
On premises versus
Azure.
What is Azure?
Platform as a service.
It's a cloud computing model, buddy. Okay. So
Yes.
in on-premise, we have if we perform something on on-premise, our costs are much higher. We have to take care of the physical security, the hardware, the IT personnel, and the maintenance. What is CapEx versus OpEx? Are you there, Lokesh?
Yes. Capital expansions, operational expense.
And what does that mean? Capital expenditures, we have to buy all the stuff.
Okay.
Can you tell why implementation, configuration, and training, these three things, are in black color in both sides? What does that indicate? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thinking? Are you thinking?
Yes, I'm thinking.
Others can go ahead and give some hints to locate this. They are common. Good, Harsha. They are not only, we have to, implementation means writing code and things like that, and the configuration and training.
We don't need to take care of that implementation, configuration, and training.
Wait. When I ask you, if I'm calm, you don't talk. When I talk,
Okay.
don't interrupt me. Sorry about that. So in other words, whether you're on a cloud or an on-premise, we will have to do these things by ourselves. But the rest of the things we are saving. So what is happening? If we go by the cloud, we have almost 75% of the savings is what we are saving. Okay. Okay. Okay, read it out, so Lokesh.
Spending money upfront on physical infrastructure, deducting that expense from your tax bill over time. The cost associated with an on-premises data center that has shifted the cost to the service provider. The customer only has to be concerned with non-physical costs.
Try to answer. Others can give a hint to Lokesh, guys.
In physical infrastructures, we need to pay bills for all.
Okay, so if you're paying all the bills, means very good. That is capital expenditure versus operational expenditure. Okay, capital expenditure is where we are on-premise, and operational expenditure is where we are on the cloud. Okay, what kind of costs are the costs on computers called? Tough question. They're called server costs. Okay. What kind of costs are hard drives called?
Serverless.
Serverless, okay. Dash employees in cloud services. What do you do with the employees in the cloud? So the costs on the hard drives are referred as storage costs. We train the employees. What are we doing? We're training you guys, right?
Okay.
Okay. What do you think costs of routers, cables, and switches are called?
Cable switches.
Tough question, Lokesh. Good one. They're the network costs, and on the cloud, we are paying. We are not buying them. We're just paying a rental basis. Okay. Then next one, dash and archive costs, capital expenditure. Dash and archive costs come under capital expenditure, and these are based on the cloud metrics. It's a tough one, probably not fair. So those are backup and archive costs. Then we have recovery costs. Dash. And why is so much of noise coming from your side? Are you having your mouth too close? Okay, so dash recovery costs versus dash usage. Any guess? Good. So it's disaster recovery. Disaster recovery versus compute usage. Compute usage, again, we're referring that as an operational expenditure. This is referred as disaster recovery. Okay, what are these costs? Rent, cooling, physical security. Good one. Ongoing costs, good one, Tanuja. More precisely, their data center costs. Dash personal versus dash, or in other words, what do we do with the personal in your own company, in your own on-premise company? Okay, that is a technical person. We have to hire the technical person, and the technical persons generally a lot of costs associated. Of course, we need both of them in both the environments, guys. Okay, with dash you have guess. You have to guess upfront with what you plan to spend. With this, you can try a product or service without investing in equipment. Can you fill in the blanks, please? Tough question. Okay. So there it is. With capital expenses, you have to guess upfront. You have to invest upfront. Operational expenses is you're investing. So that is what that one is about. Cap and op. Okay. Let's say, okay. Come online, Lokesh. What do you think is this one?
Your ability to ensure a service remains available.
What do you think that means?
Available.
That's availability. Next one.
Your ability to grow rapidly or unimpeded. Their availability.
Pardon me? Pair availability. Ah,
or
interesting. Scalability.
scalability. Your ability to shrink and grow to meet the demand. Elasticity. Your ability to prevent a failure. Fault tolerance.
Good.
Your ability to recover from a failure. Tolerance.
Any hints, guys? Any thoughts, Lokesh?
No, Navin. Recovery.
Recovery. Okay, so let's say read it and see if you can find some help and fill them.
Your ability for your services to remain available by ensuring there is no single point of failure and or ensure a certain level of performance.
Can you
Allows you
explain what
to
that means?
what, Navin?
Can you explain what that first line means? Are you there?
Yes, Navin.
Yeah. Okay, read the next line.
I need to read.
Yeah, read
Oh.
the next line.
Allows
Read
you
each
to
line and try to explain what each line is saying and then try to answer. Keep us engaged.
allows you to evenly distribute traffic to multiple servers in one or data centers. In a data center or server becomes unavailable, unhealthy. The dash will route the traffic to only available data centers with servers. Which allows you to evenly distribute traffic to multiple servers in Azure load balance. Servers. Traffic is load balance. Means it distribute traffic to multiple servers.
So which one are you answering?
Azure load balance.
There are three
A.
question marks here.
I only see two now. Yeah.
You see two?
Only I see two.
The below last line you're not seeing. Huh?
No.
Take a screenshot of this one. Put it in your paint.
Means I'm sharing screen sharing now. That's why I'm getting only some of the screen.
I'm sharing the screen, right? You're not sharing the screen, right? You can stop the sharing. I'm sharing it. Can you see it?
Yes, somewhat. Running your workload across multiple dash ensure that if one or two.
If one or two, and then you're not seeing the last line, huh?
Dash ensures that if one or two.
That's it, huh? You're not seeing the last line?
Yes, Navin. Now
Please take a screenshot of this one, do a control print screen and put it on your paint window. Share your screen.
can't able to take a screenshot.
Are you using work machine?
Using company laptop.
Okay, you cannot take a screenshot.
No.
About print screen, something like that, control print screen, all print screen. Snipping tool.
Windows plus F10. One share the screen. I need to share the screen.
Yeah. You're seeing completely, no?
Yes, while taking screenshot, it is I can get full screen.
Huh. Are you saying,
up to 2.
are you saying you're not able to see that last line?
Now I can.
Now కాదు మామూలుగా ఇంత ముందుకు చూడలేదా కనపడలేదా?
No, Navin.
How can that be, man? Okay, let's see, come back here. Let me share my screen again. Okay, so what is your answer? What is the first answer, second answer?
First one is load balance, means it clears the traffic by using load balance.
Okay, second one.
Dash will route the traffic to only available data centers. No, Navin.
Okay, third one.
Running your workload across multiple dash ensures that one or two Azures become unavailable, your services remains available.
You should not be so much calm.
I can't able to answer without options.
చెప్పాలి అయితే then you should tell us. ఒకసారి బయటి చదువు, ఒకసారి లోపల చదువు. If you're still not getting it, tell me that you're not able to answer. Otherwise, it's becoming too much calm here. Okay.
Okay.
Good. Okay. So there it is. It is load balancer. Load balancer is distributing the traffic equally. Okay.
Okay, Navin.
Okay. Fill it up. Read and fill it up.
Your ability to increase your capacity based on the increasing demand of traffic, memory, and computing power. Scaling, single scaling, multiple. Single virtual machine, multiple virtual machines.
Single.
Scale set.
Okay.
Scale out. Scaling up, scaling out.
So what is the fill in the blanks?
Vertical scaling, horizontal scaling.
So what is scaling up mean?
The virtual machines are in vertical format.
No, you're increasing the compute resources. You have maybe 4 GB RAM, you're increasing it to 8 GB RAM. You're using a more powerful processor in a single machine. That is called scaling up or vertical scaling. Okay.
Okay.
If you're increasing the number of servers, that is called scaling out or horizontal scaling. Can you give me an example where we discussed horizontal scaling?
HBase.
And
OLAP, OLTP.
Hadoop and Spark, all these things are horizontal scaling. Cloud computing is also about, of course, cloud computing is both. Okay, read and fill in the blanks.
Your ability to automatically increase or decrease your capacity based on the current demand of traffic, memory, and computing power. Azure VM. Automatically increase or decrease in response to demand or a defined schedule. Automatically increase or decrease in response to demand or
Can anyone of you tell me what is the first fill in the blank? What is the first one?
automatically increase or decrease in the response to demand.
Okay. Auto scaling.
Auto scaling.
What is the last fill in the blank, guys? Very good. So let's say this is what it is.
Elasticity.
Vertical scaling is the last one. Let's see. Come back here. Stop the share. Come back here. Set this. Scale sets. Scaling out. Scaling in. Bring this up. Back here. Back here. Sharing it. Okay, so what we have is, here we go. That is scaling out, scaling in. Scaling in is removing the servers, additional servers when the demand goes down. You scale in. When the demand goes up, we scale out. SQL Server Stitch Database, okay, that is again just a definition of that, okay? Okay, let's see if you can answer that.
Your ability to dash from a disaster and to prevent dash of data solutions that recover from a disaster is known as. We have a backup.
Sorry, give me one moment, Lokesh. Go ahead, buddy. What do you think that is? These things are?
Your ability to recover from a disaster and to prevent loss of data, solutions that recover from a disaster is known as disaster recovery.
Okay, so recovering, then that is loss, that is the recovery, and the last one is disaster recovery. It's about the durability. Okay, Lokesh.
Yes, now.
Here we go.
Dedicated VMs containers functions, a physical server wholly utilized by a dash customer. Study space app post operation system used by a dedicated customer.
Why do you say it is dedicated?
It is dedicated for all missions, virtual missions and containers and functions.
Dedicated, it is dedicated for one customer, buddy, not all the customers. It sounds like you're saying the opposite.
Yes, it is dedicated for customer.
So, okay. So physical server wholly utilized by a single customer, what is it called? That is
Only
called
single.
dedicated server. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Read the next one.
You have to guess your capacity. You will dash for any dash servers. Capacity. No, Navin.
It's a tough one. You have to guess your capacity. You will overpay for underutilized server. What is the meaning of underutilized server, Lokesh?
Underutilized server. Only for less servers.
Underutilized means you have taken a very big server, but you're not using it completely. Let's say you have taken a machine or a server, you purchased a server, which is maybe 100 GB RAM or 200 GB RAM, but you're running simple and small applications which are just using 4 GB RAM or 8 GB RAM. So the rest of the resources are not really being used. That is underutilized. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, read the next one.
Upgrading behind your capacity will be slow and fast.
Why do you think it is expensive?
It is costly.
Why? That's a tough question because it's a dedicated server. On a dedicated server, we are purchasing everything. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Next one.
You are limited by your dash systems.
Okay. Your operating. Next one.
Multiple apps can result in conflicts in resource.
Next one.
Share. You have a of security, privacy, and full utility of underlying resources. Security, privacy, and full utility of underlying resources.
Can you tell why we have a guarantee of security, privacy, and full utility? Or just security and privacy, why we are saying it's a guarantee?
Because others cannot access.
Good.
By that, others cannot access.
Because it's a dedicated server, it's only dedicated to us. So nobody else is using, no. That's why they're saying it's a guarantee, okay? Okay. Fill in.
You can run multiple servers on one machine.
Servers, okay.
Virtual machines.
Why we are able to run multiple virtual machines on a single machine location?
We need to get more storage.
Because virtual machine is a program. It's like a program and we can write multiple programs on a single operating system, okay? Virtual machine is a program which is acting like a machine on another machine. Next one.
Dash is a software layer that lets you the virtual machine.
The hint is on the left-hand side that lets you run the virtual machines.
Guest OS, hypervisor.
It's
hypervisor.
Hypervisor is a program which is allowing multiple virtual machines to run on a single machine, okay?
Okay. Dash shared by multiple customers. Shared by multiple customers. Virtual machines. Server shared by multiple customers.
Is a virtual machine shared?
No, only for one customer.
Okay. Generally, it is on a physical server. We have many virtual machines, and each customer creates their own virtual machine, and on each application, each virtual machine, they create multiple applications. Okay. Next one.
You are pay for a fraction of the
Any guess?
yeah.
Okay, when we rent a virtual machine, we are only paying because on a single virtual machine, multiple VMs are run. We are just using and only one virtual. We are paying only for one virtual machine.
I can't able to hear you now.
You cannot. How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, continue with the next one.
You will dash for an utilized virtual machine. For an utilized virtual machine. Payable.
Be billed.
Payable.
We will overpay for an underutilized virtual machine.
Overpay. You are limited by one dash system, operating system. Dash on a single virtual machine can result in conflicts in resource sharing. A single virtual machine can result in conflicts in resource sharing. No, Navin. Multiple apps.
Okay.
Resulting.
Okay.
Dash running multiple containers. This, instance,
Let's see the
container
hint.
instance, Docker. Both we can.
Okay.
Dash is a name of the software layer that lets you run multiple containers.
The hint is on the left-hand side.
Docker daemon. Docker daemon. The available capacity which is more cost effective. The available capacity which is more cost effective. Containers can maximum the utilize the available capacity which is more cost effective. Dash share the same underlying OS, so containers are more efficient than multiple virtual machines. Containers are more efficient than virtual machines. Yes. Guest OS share the same underlying OS, so containers are more efficient than virtual. Dash can run side by side without being limited to the same OS requirements and will not cause conflicts during resource sharing. Dash can run side by side without being limited to the same OS requirement and will not cause conflicts during resource sharing. Virtual machines, multiple apps.
Okay.
Okay.
So what do you think is a container?
Group of virtual machines.
No. Container, again, you can think of it as a group of applications which are running. So instead of running one application in a different virtual machine, the picture on the left-hand side may be slightly confusing. We earlier discussed in the earlier days. If you have a chance, go back and review it. It's a group of packages and softwares is what it is.
Okay. Now. A managed virtual machines running managed containers known as.
That's a tough one.
Managed Kubernetes, managed serverless compute. You upload dash, choose the amount of memory and duration. Load server piece of code.
What is a piece of code?
It is a code programming.
It is a function.
Okay. Only responsible for code, nothing else.
Good.
Very cost effective. Only dash for the time code is running. VMs only run when there is code to be executed. Is running. Virtual machines only run when there is code to be executed. Pay for the time code is running. Dash is a side effect of this setup.
What is the meaning of side effect?
Limitation.
So what do you think that is?
I think we only manage code.
We manage the code, okay. This is a slightly tough one. If we say cold start, if I bring this up again, it's referred as a cold start. That is probably slightly too advanced. But let me just show you. It is referred as cold start. Cold start means
Code starts.
when we don't have any data and our functions or our code is running and it is dependent on the data, then that is generally referred as a cold start. But don't worry about that. Okay.
Okay.
Last one. Last one.
A dash is a grouping of multiple data centers. Zones. Region. Dash has 99.9. Dash has regions available across 140 countries. Fifty-four regions.
Okay. You don't have to buy her that one, but just a quick idea.
Okay, Naveen. Dash is discrete market of two or more regions that preserves data residency and compliance boundaries. Discrete market of two or more regions. Residency and compliance boundaries. Contains two or more regions means geo. Okay. Imagine you are in Canada and you want a guarantee the data will remain within Canada. You would want to use dash Azure geographies. Dash you want to use dash Azure geographies. Zones. Local Canada Azure geographies.
Why should we use Canada geography?
We only use that country geographies because there is a government policies and agreements.
Good answer, because the people of Canada are much more close to that particular geography. So they will have the performance will be more the network traffic and all those things. There will be less delay in accessing the servers. Okay.
Okay. Each dash is paired with another region 300 miles away. Each dash is paired regions 300 miles away. Regions. So, regions. Only one region is updated at a time to ensure duplicates. Pages. Some Azure services rely on paid regions for disaster recovery.
What do you think is the meaning of Azure services rely on paid regions for disaster recovery?
The regions, there are some duplicates in that. If we lost some servers,
What do you think is a paid region?
2 or more regions.
And what is special about it?
If we have 2 or more regions, we can replication.
More precisely, they are 300 miles away.
300 miles away.
Yeah.
There is a backup. Dash replicates data to a secondary region automatically, ensuring that data is durable even in the event that the primary region isn't recoverable. Dash replicates data to a secondary region automatically. Replication. Geo redundant storage.
What is geo redundant storage?
We can access anywhere in global storage.
We can access anywhere in the global. So geo redundant. Redundant means additional backup and things like that. So every region has a secondary region. They are geographically close. They are geographically 300 miles away, and the data is replicated in both the regions. Okay. Now, if one of the region is down immediately, of course, if the region is down means the zone is down, the data center is down, and everything is down, then they are going to get it from the paid region. It is not necessary that every region has a paid region, but the region which is closest in 300 miles away is generally referred as a paid region. Okay, and what we are saying is that region. So the first region is the primary region, the second region is the secondary region. They are geographically closer, so geo-redundant. They're replicated at a region level. That is what is geographical redundancy. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. Let's come back here. So again, on Thursday and Friday, I'll be reviewing some of the questions and things like that, guys. Just prepare yourselves. Let's see. What do we have? Yeah. So just prepare yourself for do a quick review of some of the Azure related questions and things like that. Scala also, I'll be doing a little bit of review. If time permits, please try to practice as much as you can and try to prepare yourself, guys. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys, for today, we'll stop it here. We'll continue the journey from tomorrow and go from here. Okay, guys, if you have any questions, just stay back. Otherwise, you can sign off. I'll be here for a few minutes and I'll sign off here. You guys take care, stay safe, keep learning and stay safe, guys. Thank you and bye for now.